Just trying to get confirmation that I am live because YouTube's showing nothing at the moment. I have trouble with. It's okay. We're working jolly good. So at least I know that we are now live and kicking, as they say. As the Zimbabwe team filter onto the pitch, I guess there'll be the national anthems first before the game gets underway, I would imagine. So we're just waiting for that, really. We're only 5 minutes away from the start of this game. I guess the teams are going to be coming down for the national anthems before they get underway. If you want to join us for the live chat and put your comments in, be happy to read them. What you think about the game, the two teams, the pitch, what you're expecting. Will it go 5 days? I'm quite happy to see England batting first anyway, because was one thing that I would hate is for it to be a non-game by Zimbabwe batting first, getting bowled out for 120, England knock 400 up and then bowl them out again and win by an innings. That's not what I want to see. I want to see a competitive game. It looks like we're going to get one because England will look to bat them out of the game in the first innings, a good score of 450 possibly, a bit more, and then bowl them out twice. Be nice to see Zach Crowley and Ben Duckett get amongst the runs as well, because they're both stroke players, and when they get going, it's good to watch. Boundaries do flow very quickly. If you have only just joined us, the toss was won by Zimbabwe, and they've elected to bowl first, so England are batting. Two teams are out on the pitch now, just lined up for the national anthems. Crowd seems to be just filling up a little bit more now. There's plenty of spare places. If you're in the Nottingham area and you want to get down there and go watch a day's test cricket, get yourself there. I know I would do. National anthem of Zimbabwe just been played now. It's not a sunny morning. It's overcast, looks a bit chilly. The players have all got their sweaters on, especially the guys from Zimbabwe, as you would expect, a couple of sweaters each. The crowd are all well wrapped up again, so it must be a little bit chilly. If you want to get involved in the live chat, let us know what you think. Score predictions. Are England going to score 450 and bowl Zimbabwe out twice? I mean, it's good bowling conditions. You would expect that there might be a bit of. I was going to say a bit of swing, but the conditions might be just a little bit chilly for swing. Maybe if the sun gets out a bit later, the ball might swing a bit. They might be looking for a bit of seam movement off the pitch. Although Trent Bridge is always renowned for being a good batting pitch, you always look to get amongst the batters early on with a new ball. There will be a bit of movement before it wears off. I can see the pitch behind the Zimbabwe players as they're stood there for the national anthem. It looks straw coloured. There doesn't look to be much green on it, so I would expect that if you if you get to last the first hour or so, then you can cash in and score a lot of runs. It's a long national anthem, is this Zimbabwe national anthem. Still going on. We're still 2 or 3 minutes away yet. There's still the England national anthem to go. It's got to be one of the longest national anthems, the Zimbabwe national anthem. And it's just finished now, so we'll get the England one out of the way quick. It's only a short one. Nice to see that Ben Stokes is fitting well. There's a couple of players missing out of this England team that are still in the IPL, and they will come back into it, no doubt, for the India series when that gets started next month. Yeah, the crowd have all got jackets on and they're all zipped up, so it must be a little bit chilly. Guess they're hoping that the sun comes out later on, warms things up a bit for them. If it does, it'll make things easier for batting, I would imagine. But at the moment, it looks grey, low cloud. Hopefully, the sun will come through, because the last thing we want to be doing is going off for bad light later on in the day, losing any overs. National anthem's over with. Rest of the England team make their way off. Umpires are on there and I'm walking out to the middle, so we're not far away from getting play started. Duckett and Crowley to open for England, the right and left hand combinations. Zimbabwe team just getting into a team huddle on the pitch before the game gets started. Just a few words of advice from the captain. I would imagine that there's few of that team. Well, I would imagine all that team has never played in England before, and there'll be a few nerves. So his captain's just trying to settle his team down a bit. 2 batsmen are off out. Zimbabwe are just hanging back on the side of the pitch. Few bare patches on the pitch at Trent Bridge, as you would expect. We haven't had a lot of rain over the last 4 weeks or so. So the pitch should be nice and dry. There might be a bit of pace in it. We shall see. Don't forget to get your comments in. Join in the live chat. We can always discuss all relevant comments during the game, because we'll have plenty of time. Looks like Zach Crowley's going to take the first ball. This new fast bowler that Zimbabwe's got is a big guy. And Garava, 10 matches, 20 wickets. Average of 42. He'll want to bring that down a bit. He's going to open the bowling for Zimbabwe. Looks like he's a left-arm over bowler. Bowling to the right-handed Crowley. Umpire's just about to get things underway. Right, we're all ready to go. And Guevara's on his way, left arm over to bowl to Crawley. That's short into his body, gets up on his toes as Crawley, plays it down into the leg side, and there's no run. I would suggest that if that's the length that the Zimbabwe bowlers are going to be bowling, it's probably a bit too short in the England conditions, and they're going to need to get it up another half a yard at least. Give the ball a chance to swing. As Guevara comes in for his second ball. That's short as well on the leg side. It's turned down to fine leg, and Crawley is off the mark with a single. Fine leg fieldsman there is very wide. He's not a fine leg. Ben Duckett to face his first ball. His 33rd Test match has got an average of nearly 40, so and Guevara is going to come in and bowl to Duckett. Again, I would suggest that he needs to bowl a fuller length than he has the first two balls, but it's only his first two balls, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. In he comes now to bowl. That's short, just outside the off stump. Duckett comes forward, just drops it into the offside. There's no run. No movement at the moment, but then the length that Guevara's bowling, you wouldn't expect it. It's not going to swing from that length, and the seam movement, if there is any at that length, the batsman will see it early, and I've got plenty of time to adjust to it. So, sure, his captain will tell him after his first over just to get it a bit further up, but he's just settling in nerves, I would imagine. Comes in now and bowls. That's short. It's cut through the covers, and Duckett's got that in the gap, and that goes all the way through to the boundary for 4. Very short. Ben Duckett will have enjoyed that. Yeah, it's like hanging back on the back foot there. I think he's expecting the short stuff off Guevara. In he comes again to finish his over. That's a bit further up this time. Hits Duckett on the pads. Quite a bit of pace as well because the ball ballooned off his pads to slip. There's a bit of a stifled appeal. It's not out. I mean, it was going down leg side and it was high anyway. But at least he got it a bit further up this time. Yeah, it's a good ball. Middle stumpish. Yeah, it's going well over. Last ball, outside the off stump. Duckett thought about having a go at that, and there was a bit of swing away from the bat that time. Goes through to the wicket keeper, and that's the end of the first over. Yeah, I think that last ball there actually showed the length that the Zimbabwe bowlers should be bowling because that did swing away. Just he started it off a bit too wide. But the last two, he got fuller, and that he'll learn something from that, you would imagine. Duckett with all 5 of England's runs so far. And this is Blessing Muzarabani. He's played 13 matches and taken 51 wickets with 3 5-wicket hauls, average of 21. So it's a very good start to his career, and I reckon he's a good bowler, this kid. We shall see. There's going to be a right arm over the wicket, bowling to Zach Crawley. Comes in now and bowls. That's well pitched up to Crawley outside the off stump. He comes forward and plays it into the offside. Fielders are quickly in and there's no run. Muzarabani on his way again for his second ball. That's well pitched up again. Full on the off stump. Zach Crawley digs it out, and Muzarabani feels it in his follow through. Muzarabani in again. That's a volley, half volley on the middle stump, and Zach Crawley is onto that and hits it through the onside. Meat and drink for Crawley, that one with a half volley into his legs, and he gets 3 for it. Didn't sound like he really timed it that well. Duck it to face now. Just taking his guard. Not faced at that end just yet. Muzarabani, for the first game he's ever played in England, is using his loaf a bit here because he's getting the ball pitched up, which his opening bowler pal didn't do. And it's good to see he's obviously been told and he's learnt already. He's coming round the wicket to duck it. Duck it thrashes at that, hits it into cover. So diving stopper, extra cover. Still comes through for a single, but it's well saved. Saved his team 3 runs there. Again, not timed. It's a tinny sound from the bat. You haven't quite timed it that well, the 2 batsmen yet. Crawley to face now. Muzarabani. That's just short of a length. He drives it back down the pitch and hits the off stump at the opposite end. And that's probably robbed Zach Crawley of 4 runs, that. And Muzarabani has kept everything pitched up in his first 4 deliveries. It's probably a bit too full. Can't criticise him for trying to get it up, but he's just been a bit too full. So he comes into ball to Crawley again now. And that's just short of a length. In at his middle stump, Crawley comes forward, plays it to mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over. England go on to 9. All right, so this game, which I didn't realise, is only a 4-day test match. I don't know what the idea of that is, but it's a 4-day test match. I wonder why I've done that. It's not been explained. It's just been told by Mike Atherton that it's a 4-day game. If anybody knows in the chat, let me know why it's a 4-day game. As Ngavara bowls to Duckett, he's got that one just short of a length. It's a better length, that. Duckett plays it back down the pitch and there's no run. A lot of refurbishment going on at Trent Bridge there, as the cameras show. The new pavilion being built. And Guevara in against the ball. That's just short of a length outside the off stump. It's steered down into the gully by Duckett. Well fielded by the Zimbabwe fielder. Saves the run. Duckett just saying to Crawley, watch him, he's a good fielder. Just beginning to fill up a bit, is Trent Bridge, but there's plenty of seats available if you're in the area and you want to see some Test cricket, get yourself down there. That one's a bit fuller on the off stump. Duckett drives it into the covers. Mid-off, who's quite wide, does the fielding, and there's no run. They've put a lot of white sheeting in front of the old pavilion, which they're stripping down and rebuilding. I guess it's a bit of an eyesore at the moment, so they try to cover up the best they can. They're not using that, obviously, so I wonder where they're getting changed from at the moment. And Guevara comes in against a ball. That's short of a length on the off stump, comes forward, does Duckett, plays it to cover point. It's fielded and there's no run. Better from the Guevara this over. He's just got his length a bit further up, giving the ball a chance to swing. It hasn't swung this over, and it doesn't look like there's been any seam movement either, but he's given it a chance to swing, is Guevara, and maybe when the lacquer wears off the ball, there may become a bit of swing. We shall see. As he comes into ball again, that's just short of length. Forward comes Duckett. He drops it down into the slips. It's fielded and there's no run. 80 mile an hour. Guevara's bowling that, not express pace. Here he comes now, bowls. That's on the off stump. Duckett comes forward, plays it to mid-on, and there's no run. Maiden. Get involved in the chat if you want to get involved. Drop your comments in. Let us know what you think so far. Be interesting to see what everybody thinks. Muzarabani comes into ball now. That's just short of a length on Duckett's off stump. He comes forward and plays it straight back to the bowler, who fields on the bounce and there's no run. I'll just have a look at Muzarabani's speed, and I would imagine he's up around about 80 miles an hour as well. As he comes into ball, right arm over, just short. Oh, it's a bit of bounce there, and it's Crawley in the midriff. Just a bit of bounce off a good length there, 86 miles an hour. So he's pretty sharp. It's not slow stuff. And that one just bounced a bit there. Something for Crawley to think about. We can't keep pushing forward to Muzarabani. He's got a bit of nip in his bowling. Muzarabani comes in again, bowls just short of a length. Crawley just hanging back in his crease, just drops it into the offside, and there's no run. After that last ball, hit him in the midriff. Crawley, quite understandably, not coming right forward. Umpire Damascena, 91st test. The umpire today, or one of them anyway. Very experienced, 91 tests. Muzarabani coming into ball again. That one's short and it's pulled by Crawley. It's pulled behind square on the leg side and goes straight to the boundary for 4. Muzarabani, if he feeds Zach Crawley those, he's going to help himself all day long. Got well on top of that. It's well played by Crawley. Rolled his wrists, kept it down, and backward square leg. Had no chance of stopping that. Muzarabani again. Short of a length, outside the off stump. Crawley comes forward. There's a extra cover is short in, catching position, and it hits it straight to him, and there's no run. Crawley on 8 and Duckett on 5 in the 4th over. Muzarabani coming in to complete his over. That's short. Goes past the outside edge of Crawley as he plays forward, and it's a good finish to the over. Yeah, no movement there, really. Just played down the wrong line, did Crawley, but a moral victory to Muzarabani. And Guevara to continue for his 3rd over. England team on the balcony are all well wrapped up. That's short. Duckett on the back foot. Has a go at that one. It bounces past his outside edge and straight through to the wicketkeeper. Bit of an airy-fairy shot there. It wasn't a cut and it wasn't a drive. He's trying to drive it off the back foot. Risky shot. It comes in again to ball to Duckett. Same shot again. Duckett connects this time, doesn't time it, and the ball runs back up to the bowler, and in his follow-through, he fields it. He tried to drive that again off the back foot, did Duckett, and he could see the bat turn in his hands. He didn't get the full face of the bat on it, and that's why he didn't time it or get the positioning that he was looking for, the accuracy to put it through the field. Comes in again to Guevara. That's short into Duckett this time. He turns it into the onside. Mid-wicket has to go around to his right to field it, and they come through for a single. Duckett goes on to 6. Crawley on 8. Crawley's facing now. And Guevara comes into ball. It's driven by Crawley through extra cover, not timed again, but it's going to have gone far enough to pick up 2. Crawley goes on to double figures, 10. I think both these batsmen so far have struggled to time the ball. 54 matches, Zach Crawley, approaching 3,000 runs now. We want to get his average a bit higher than the 30 that he's got so far. With only 400, so opener, we'll be looking to have a few more hundreds than that by now. And Guevara comes into Crawley. That's full and wide of the off stump, and I think Crawley probably thought about having a go at the drive. In the end, let it drift through, and it goes through to the keeper. It might have even been a slow ball, that. And Guevara comes in to complete his over now. That's full on the off stump. That was swung back into Crawley a bit there. He drove it back straight at the bowler who does the fielding. And a good end to the over by Guevara there. (16 for non off 5). Buzz in the crowd, even though there's not many in, you can hear the buzz in the background. That'll get louder as the day goes on and the beers start going down, especially if the sun comes out a bit. Duck it to face, round the wicket, it's in at his legs, he turns it through square leg, down to a wide, fine leg, very wide, and they come through for a single. I don't know whether he's a very wide, fine leg or a backward square. It is a fine leg. He's really in between the two positions, a backward square on the boundary or a wide, fine leg. Whichever you would call it, he does the fielding on the boundary and singles taken. Muzarabana now is going to bowl to Crawley back over the wicket now for the right-hander. Ball's full on just outside the off stump. Crawley comes forward, pushes it into the cover point fielder, and he does the fielding, no run. Zarabani again to Crawley, bat in the air as he waits for the bowler. That's full. On or around off stump, Crawley comes forward, back down the pitch to Muzarabani, who fields in his follow through, and there's no run. Muzarabani in again. That's another one that's just short of a length, angled in at Crawley. He pushes it to square leg, goes straight to square leg, and there's no run. And Guevara has found a bit of movement so far in the air, a bit of swing, but Muzarabani at the moment is a bit quicker paced and he hasn't got the movement that the slower bowler has. Oh, and he's hit it down the pitch. It was a full ball that Zach Crawley drove uppishly. Muzarabani tried to dive to his left to take it in his follow through, and it went past him and down the pitch for 2 runs, down the ground for 2 runs. Lucky to get away with that one. Bad timing again, didn't time that. And it was only a foot or so away from Muzarabani's left hand as he dived to his left to try and take that return. It was a chance, but Crawley gets away with it. Short bounce outside the off stump, hits Crowley on the thigh pad, bounces into the offside. There's no run. So good over by Muzraban there. Could have had a wicket. Caused problems for Crowley. I don't know if there's a bowling change or not. We're just waiting to see. The TV coverage just showing the seamers release points. Now it's Nagavara to continue. 3 overs for 8 runs. Bowling to Duckett, who's on 7 of 15 balls. They've got a man short in on the offside on the drive for Duckett. It comes in and bowls. He gets it through the covers, just past the left hand of cover point. Cover point fielder gets to the ball and then misfields it, and I think they've come back for the 2 for Duckett there. Just a push. The cover point fielder went down on his knees to drag the ball back and then missed it completely, and it ran away from him when Duckett came back for a second. And Guevara comes in again to Duckett. That's full on the middle stump, and Duckett's forward, pushes it to mid-on, and there's no run. Duckett several times has gone down the pitch to tell Zach Crowley about the bounce of the ball. I was just lip reading him then, and he said something about the bounce of the ball. There's a big gap between mid-on and the square leg. There's no mid-wicket in. Crowley tries to whip one through mid-wicket from a short ball outside the off-stump. Inside edges it into his pads, and it just drops down on the offside. On the leg side, there's no run. I think they've left that mid-wicket position open purposely to get Duckett to maybe just hit across the ball. And Guevara comes in again now to bowl. Short on the back foot. It's pushed into the covers by Duckett, and Guevara has to go across to his right-hand side to field the ball, and they jog a single. And Guevara bowls. That's full outside the off stump. It's driven by Zach Crowley, but he only finds the cover fieldsman. Unfortunately, no run. I think Crowley did just time that a bit better that time. He just didn't find the placement. And Guevara comes in for his last ball. That's full. That's driven by Crowley. And this time he does get it through extra cover, and it does go to the boundary. That's a good finish for Crowley. And England gone to 26. You're not missing anything just yet. Just on a break. This is where the test for the England batsmen are coming from the tall right-hander, Muzarabani. He's going to come round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Duckett. Duckett drives, finds the gap, through the covers. He drove it on the up, but his placement was perfect, and Duckett finds the boundary for another 4. Yeah, it was just short of a length. It was by no means a half volley there, but Duckett hit through the ball, and he got it through extra cover for a well-timed boundary. Comes in again to bowl. Duckett again is on the back foot to a short ball outside the off stump. He finds the short fielder at extra cover this time, and there's no run. Muzarabani in again, short on the leg side. It's turned past square leg. He's timed it perfect as Duckett, and it's timed it so well that it's gone to the square leg boundary and another 4. Ball just short, just into the pads of Duckett, and he's on his back foot and just turns his wrists on it as the ball contacted with the bat, and he got it past the left hand of square leg, and it raced off to the boundary. In again. That's a short one outside the off stump. That one bounced. Duckett played at that one, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. And he just a little bit more pace in that one. That was an 84-mile-an-hour ball as opposed to his normals that have been 80. So a bit more effort in that one. And it just shows that if you do bend your back a bit on this pitch, you can get a bit out of it. Muzarabani for his 5th ball of this over. Again, it's turned through square leg by Duckett. This time, fine leg is probably a little bit wider for that same shot, and he cuts it off, but there's 2 runs taken. Muzarabani in to complete his over. Duckett tries to cut it short outside the off stump. He gets a bottom edge and it bounces and then goes through to the wicketkeeper. Disappointed that one is Duckett. He probably thought that was another 4 ball that he should have hit. Thanks to everyone who's joined us so far. I hope you joined the coverage of this test match between England and Zimbabwe. If you're not a subscriber, please do become a subscriber. It really does help with the YouTube algorithm. Just promotes the channel and enables me to be able to keep producing content for you. Hit the like button as well. That always helps. We've got more cricket and football live watch-alongs to go, so if you hit that notification bell, you won't miss any of them. And Guevara now is going to bowl to Crawley. Left arm over the wicket. It's on the off stump. Coming into Zach Crawley. He drops it at his toes. Wasn't quite sure where it had gone, but Duckett called him through, and it's a well-taken single. It's Duckett to face Ungavara now. Comes in, bowls, full. Duckett drives. Punch down the ground. It's mid-on, has to run back. It's not well timed. Come through for a comfortable single. And Guevara comes into Crawley. On the back foot to a ball that's full outside the off stump. He plays it square to cover point. Actually goes straight to cover point, and there's no run. And Guevara in again to Crawley. Full on the back foot. He just drops it into the offside, and they come quickly through for a well-taken single. Rotating the striker always important in any form of cricket. And these two are doing it particularly well. Must be still cold there because the crowd are still wrapped up warmly, coats fastened right up. There's no warmth or sunshine in there at the moment. And Guevara coming in for his fifth ball to Duckett. Short, bounces a bit. It's well played by Duckett there on the back foot, just dropped it into the offside. And Guevara to complete his over. Duckett pulls it well. It's a poor ball. He's hit it squarer through mid-wicket, and it flies to the boundary. Poor ball. Duckett and Crawley like the short ball. Almost 3/4 of an hour of this first test gone. All gone nicely for England. They're going on at a nice rate, almost 4 and over. Almost 5 and over. these two bowlers haven't bowled that badly, but once and over, there's been a four ball that these two English batsmen have taken full toll of. Duckett's on 25 off 28 and Crawley's 18 off 26. Muzarabani is going to continue in his fifth over to Crawley. Crawley drives again through the covers. That's through extra cover, and that goes to the boundary. These two batsmen getting into the swing of things now. Yeah, nicely played. That short man on the offside, they may move back to an orthodox extra cover to cut that boundary out because there's a big gap there, and Crawley's found it several times now. This one's angled in to Crawley. Forward turns it to square leg, but there's no run. Balls again. Just short of the off stump. Crawley comes forward, plays it back down the pitch, and mid-on jogs in to pick the ball up. No run. I think the Zimbabwe captain might be disappointed with his 45 minutes gone, and in these conditions haven't taken a wicket so far. Muzarabani's in again now. That's short and wide of the off stump. Crawley shoulders arms and lets the ball bounce through to the wicketkeeper. This was always going to be the problem for Zimbabwe. If they didn't strike early in the first hour, then it could end up being a long day in the field. Muzarabani coming in for his fifth ball of this over. Short and wide. Again, Crawley's having nothing to do with that, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. Muzarabani in to complete his over. Again, that's short and wide of the off stump. Crawley's having nothing to do with it, and that's the end of the over. And maybe that's a new tactic for the Zimbabweans at the moment, is just to bowl a little bit wider and stop giving England these four balls. Just had the ball outside the off stump, as they say. Those last three balls from Muzarabani were certainly that, and Crawley was having nothing to do with any of them. Crawley 22 off 32, Duckett 25 off 28. So both batsmen going strong. It's a run rate of 4.7 at the moment, so it's quite healthy for England, as you would expect. They do try to rattle the score along, no matter who they're playing against. They always try to be positive. It's bowling change from the Stuart Broad end. It's Chivanga coming into bowl. He's 3 matches, only 3 wickets. Start of his career. Apparently, this guy is the quickest of the Zimbabwe bowlers. We shall see as he comes in to bowl to Duckett. It's got a bit of swing there as well. Coming into Duckett there, Duckett came forward and got a full back to it, trying to drive it. 85 miles an hour in his warm-up ball. It's well played by Duckett there. He didn't fall over and miss the ball. Then he's down the pitch to tell Crawley that there was a bit of swing there. Ben Duckett just delaying things a touch there. Just slowing the game down a touch. Chivanga turns and runs into ball now. And again, a bit of swing, but this time it's a full ball on the leg stump, and Duckett's hit it through. Duckett's hit it through mid wicket, all along the ground, and it goes for 4. 50 up for England. And that's swung into his pads there. I mean, Chivanga will be happy that the ball is swinging for him, but he's got to get his radar right, because Duckett just turned his wrists on that, timed it beautifully through mid-wicket, and that flew to the boundary. They've dropped square leg back now, just for that ball that's swinging into Duckett. As Chivanga comes in against a ball, and he's turned it down in between those two men. Fine leg and square leg are not going to get to that. He's timed it perfectly, and that's another boundary. That one was really well timed. You can tell by the clip off the bat that he got that one perfectly in the middle. There's a man 3/4 of the way back at square leg. He didn't. It was in between him and fine leg, who was on the boundary, and it raced between them for 4. Square leg's gone right the way back to the boundary now. So there's an easy single turned square if they want it now. So he comes in again to ball to. That one's full, almost Yorker length on the off stump. Duckett jabs down on it, and it rolls back up the pitch to Chivanga, who feels it in his follow through. Got that one just a bit wider that time on the off stump as opposed to on the legs. Supposed to be the fastest of these Zimbabwe bowlers, so I'll just keep an eye on his pace for this next ball and just see what his numbers are. So he comes in again to bowl. Short, pulled by Duckett. He got it on his gloves, and it's gone fine. And fine leg is wide, and that's gone fine, and all the way down to the boundary for another 4. And that one was 83. So not the best. It was short. Bounced a bit on Duckett, but he managed to steer it wide of the keeper, well wide of the keeper, and down to fine leg for 4. Chivanga's not happy, but he's bowling leg side all the time. What's he going to expect? He's gone for 3 boundaries in this over, and they're all on the leg side. Chivanga's going to come in to complete his over now. What's he going to give us here? As he bowls. And that's full again, swinging into Duckett on the off stump, who just comes forward and plays it forward to Chivanga. Good over for England, 12 off it. Got the run rate up to over 5 and over now. Thanks to everyone who's watching us so far. Really do appreciate your support for the channel, for this live test match watch along. It's a 4-day match, this 4-day test match. I don't know why. I didn't even realise. If anybody who's watching can tell me in the chat why it's only 4 days, I'll appreciate the information. Muzarabani is going to continue. Muzarabani in that last over bowled his last 3 wide of the off stump, hiding it outside the off stump. We'll see if that's the tactic now. It's Crawley who's facing 22. Not out. Muzarabani. Not so wide this time, short of a length. Still Crawley shoulders arms and lets the ball bounce through to the keeper. Crawley has faced 33 balls for his 22. Duckett has faced 34 balls for his 37. It's a run rate of 5.28. Muzarabani now into Crawley. Shot outside the off stump. He comes forward, does Crawley, guides it down into the gully, who does the fielding, and there's no run. Excuse me, as Muzarabani begins his running again to Crawley. Short, angled in at the off stump. Crawley's forward, again runs it down into the gully, and there's no run. Muzarabani in for his fourth ball to Crawley. That's short, that's a bit wider this time. Crawley comes forward, shoulders, arms, and the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper. It's quite obviously that the captain has had a word with Muzarabani and said, ball outside that off stump. Fifth wicket, fourth wicket, fourth stump, and that's what he's doing. Muzarabani again coming in to bowl to Crawley, and that one's just a bit straighter this time. It bounces and hits Crawley on the pads outside the stumps. There's a stifled appeal, but Crawley was playing a shot outside the off stump, and that's not going to be worth a review. Yeah, and it's high as well. It didn't have a great deal going for it. Moral victory to the bowler, though. Crawley well forward. He's batting out of his crease when that ball meets his bat. Muzarabani in again. That's down the leg side this time. Crawley tries to help it on his way, misses it, and the wicket-keeper takes it, moving to his left. That's a maiden. Six overs Muzarabani's bowled so far, but it's not a hot day by any means, so he's not going to be tired, you wouldn't think. Chivanga to start his second over. He was a bit wayward, a bit leg sided in that first over. Let's see if he's learnt from that as he bowls to Duckett. That's into his pads again, and Duckett helps it through to the mid-wicket fielder who's on the boundary now, and he jogs a single. Well, this is a chance for Chivanga with his bit of a waist swing to bowl to the right-handed Crawley. It might suit him a bit better. He might be a bit happy about bowling to the right-hander, because Duckett's picked him off so far. Average swing this morning, well, Chivanga's more than double, and Guevara got a bit of swing. So if he can get his radar right, he'll be a danger to the England batsman as he comes into ball now. That's wide, going even wider. The wicketkeeper diving across in between first and second slip to take that. But he's getting movement, is Chivanga. If he can get his radar right. Chivanga again into Crawley. Straighter this time, and he does well. He gets a bit of movement back into the batsman. Crawley actually goes for the drive, and it goes in between bat and pad. Wicketkeeper parries the ball behind him, diving to his left, and they get a bye. Oh yeah, it offered to swing away from. It offered to swing away from Crawley and then seamed back into him. It's a good ball that. Wasn't that far off the off stump. It went between bat and pad, and the wicketkeeper couldn't take it, which allowed Crawley to get to the other end and duck it back on strike. Chivanga in again to duck it. That's a swinger into his legs again. He's done the same as he's done the previous ball he faced. Crawley is duck it. He's turned it down to the man on the mid-wicket boundary and takes a single. Chivanga in for his fifth ball of this over. Crawley drives straight to the man at cover, and there's no run. Chivanga in to complete his over to Crawley. That one's straighter on middle stump. Crawley comes forward, plays it into mid-wicket. He has to run round to his left as mid-wicket and they jog through for a single. 63. Still no sign of the clouds breaking and the sun coming out at the moment, and there's plenty in the crowd. They're still well wrapped up, hoods up as well. And Guevara's back bowling now. That goes past the off stump. Crawley lets it go past. No run. And Guevara bowls again. That's wide of Crowley's off stump. He lets it go through again, no run. And Garava, left arm over, balls to Crowley. That one offers to come back into Crowley. He's a bit cramped up there. He gets his bat on it and it runs out to cover point and there's no run. And he immediately tells Duckett at the other end about the in-swing that Ungavara got there. So we may be seeing the lacquer just wearing off the new ball now. They're getting a bit of shine on one side and the ball is just offering to do a little bit now. More for the batsman to think about. And Guevara bowls again. This time Crowley drives it through the covers, showed extra cover, dives to his left and he should have saved it but he didn't. It's Curran there and that's gone to the boundary for 4 and Guevara won't be happy with that one. Maybe see that one again. It's well drive, it's struck and Curran, that's just poor fielding by Curran there. Should have got his body behind it and stopped it. The bowler's not happy about it and it's cost his team 4 runs. Holds his hand up, but no one's going to be happy with that. His brothers are better fielders than that. Again, driven by Crowley outside the off stump. This time it goes straight to mid-off, who feels it and there's no run. Crowley just timing things a bit better now. Crowley on to 27 from his 47 balls so far. Duckett's 39 off 36, so he's better than runner ball. And the run rate has just slipped a bit to 4.8, but still a healthy run rate. And Guevara balls. That's very wide this time. And Duckett's having nothing to do with that. Crowley, sorry. Drinks after the first hour. Let me know what you think about the first hour's play. It's certainly been England's first hour, but the Zimbabwe batsmen are just beginning to feel that there's a bit of movement on that ball and they might be able to pose a few more problems to the England batsmen. What do you think? Let me know. Get involved in the live chat. Let me know what you think. I could be completely wrong. I could have missed something. You tell me if you think I have. Point something out that I've maybe missed or that you agree with. At the lunch break, I will pause the live stream while I just take advantage of it being a lunch break and get myself something to eat and a cup of coffee. And then we'll start again when the play starts at 20-2. If you enjoy your football watch-alongs, join us on Saturday for Sheffield United and Sunderland, the Championship playoff final. Hit the notification bell and then you'll get advanced warning of all these watch-alongs that we do on this channel. There will be a game done on Sunday as well. It will be the Nottingham Forest game, Nottingham Forest and Chelsea, I think it is, because that's got the most riding on it. So if you want to join us for that, again, hit the notification bell so that you don't miss it. Become a subscriber, hit the like button. Cricket again tomorrow, starting at about 11:15. Weather permitting, the weather forecast isn't great for the next few days, but as long as there's cricket, we will do, or I will do, a bit of a watch along. If you're enjoying the watch along, let me know. Let me know what you think. Players have had their drinks now. We're just getting ourselves back into position. The batsmen are just putting the gloves back on, and we should get play back underway now with Chawanga. He's been expensive, but he's looked a bit dangerous with that swinging ball that he's got, or the outswinger to the right hand batsman and the in swinger to the left hander Duckett. It's Duckett, I think, that's facing. I think he'd rather be bowling at Crawley if the truth's known, with his away swing to Crawley. He's just been a bit leg sideish into the pads of Duckett, and Duckett's helped himself from Chawanga. The just moving the cover point back onto the boundary. I don't know why that is, unless they're encouraging Chawanga to bowl wider of that off stump. We shall see as he bowls. It's full outside the off stump. Duckett jabs his bat down on it, and because that cover point fielder has gone all the way back to the boundary, there's a big gap to just drop it into and jog an easy single, which they do. Chivanga's gone for 16 so far in his 2 overs. But he's got Crawley on strike now, and I'm sure he'll be happy with that. Be lucky to get full with a bit of a way swing. In he comes now to bowl to Crawley. Just short of a length. Crawley's on the back foot, drops it into Gully. Gully has to go round to his right to field it, and they get through for a single. Well run by these 2 batsmen. Keeping the scoreboard ticking over, rotating the strike. It's a great example for any young batsman watching. Rotate the strike, take your singles. It's not all about boundaries. Chawanga coming into ball to Duckett. That's outside the off stump. He drives it down the ground. Mid-off is there to field it. He didn't time that very well, Duckett, and there's no run. Chawanga into ball to Duckett. That's short of a length outside the off stump. Duckett on the back foot stares it down to that man on the cover point boundary, and they get a single. That cover point boundary is actually just a bit backward of square point, so and that was actually a no ball, that one as well. So an extra run to the total. Umpire just stood there signalling with his arm out wide. That's very, very close, is that? That is tight. He bowls the ball to Crawley. It's just short of a length and bounces outside that off stump, but it's wide enough for Crawley to just watch it go past him and through to the wicketkeeper. Chivanga coming in for his fifth ball of this over. Crawley facing. Crawley drives, and that goes between. It goes past extra covers right hand and right through to the boundary. 4 runs. It's a good shot. He's picked the gap perfectly wide of extra covers right hand. Timed it perfectly. It was a full half volley from Chivanga there. Crawley getting into his straps now. You can see what Chivanga's doing. He's pitching up looking for that swing, but there wasn't any there. Crawley goes on to 32. Chivanga in again to complete his over. That's just short of a length. Angled in at Crawley. He's on his back foot and drops it down into the gully, and there's no run. Over complete. Run rate's now on exactly 5 and over. Crawley is 32 off 52 balls, so he's got a good start. He's got to go on and make some runs now. Duckett is 41 off 39. Just a little bit quicker on his scoring, Duckett, but then you would expect that anyway from Duckett. But Crawley needs a big score after his failures in New Zealand this winter. He hasn't got many at the beginning of this season, and there's players in the IPL to come back who are looking at Crawley's position so he can cement his place with a good score in this test match. Guevara to bowl to Duckett now. It's down the leg side. Duckett tries to flick it away down to fine leg, but he can't catch up with it, and wicket-keeper takes it. And Guevara bowls again. It's short. In at Duckett. He's on the back foot, plays it straight back down the wicket, and Guevara does the fielding in his follow-through. 75 to England. None of these Zimbabwe bowlers so far have been particularly tight. They've all gone for a few runs. And Guevara coming in again to Duckett. That's full. Duckett drives. He hits it through mid-on and all the way down to the boundary for 4. Duckett goes on to 45. Not a lot of foot movement from Ben Duckett there, but he got it in the middle of the bat and it went through mid-on and all the way down to the boundary. Not classic from Duckett, but it's effective. And Guevara has gone for 30 off his 6.3 overs. So expensive. They've all been expensive. A few words of advice to Guevara, but he comes again, left arm over the wicket to Duckett. That's full again. Duckett comes forward, gets a bit of an outside edge there, and it goes through cover point. Cover point's on the boundary, so they take a single. Cover point comes in and does the fielding. Deep cover point, in fact. It's Crawley to face now, and Guevara. 5th ball of the over. Comes in now to ball over the wicket, left arm over the wicket. It's full, driven. It's driven through mid-off and down to the boundary for 4. Well played by Crawley. It was well pitched up half volley outside the off stump, and he got it straight enough to get it past that wide mid-on off fielder, past his right hand and down to the boundary. And then Guevara is bowling two full half volleys to both these batsmen, and they're not going to miss out on these. And Guevara is going to try around the wicket now. And why not? I would imagine that this will be his last over. He's been very expensive in his second spell, 35 off 6.5 so far. Round the wicket to Crawley. That's wide. It's angled into him. It's a full ball again. He plays it into mid-wicket. Mid-wicket is deep on the boundary to jog an easy single. Thanks to everyone who's watching so far. It's great to see you here and supporting my channel. Get involved in the live chat. Let us know what you think so far about England's start, about the way that Zimbabwe have bowled. Be interesting to see what everybody else thinks. England 85 off 16 overs as Chivanga comes in again to bowl to Crawley. That's full. Almost Yorker length. Crawley drabs his bat down and it gets a bit of a thick inside edge and it goes down to fine leg and jogs through for a single. It's Duckett who's going to be facing Chivanga now. Chivanga who was bowled all sorts of different lengths, which allowed the batsman to milk him a bit. He bowls now. That's short of a length in at Duckett's off stump. Goes back, plays it into the mid-on fielder who's wide enough to be able to jog in there and prevent a single. Loads of kids in the crowd today. It's great to see. It's the kids that are going to keep the game going. Plenty of girls as well. Never used to be, but the girls' cricket is really taking off. And that, again, that's great to see. As Chivanga comes into ball to Duckett again. That's short. He pulls it through square leg. Square leg is on the boundary now. He has to run to his left to field it, but he does field it, and a single is taken. Chivanga's gone for 25 off his 3.5 overs so far, so he's been expensive. He comes in now and bowls. Crawley just drops his bat on it. It goes square of the wicket, and they can't prevent a single as Gully has to come round to his right to try and field it. And again, that's great from the two batsmen there. They're rotating the strike, taking the singles where they can see them, frustrating the bowlers because they think they've bowled a good ball and then they see the batsman taking a single off them. Duckett facing now on 47 off 45 is a boundary away from a half century. Chivanga's into ball to him now. He drives that, it's in the air. It goes straight to mid-off, but it bounced 10 yards in front of him. But it was uppish. I think Duckett there was looking for that boundary ball for his 50. Instead of being patient and waiting for it. And he comes again, Chivanga. That's short and it's hit in the air. It's a top edge. It goes over the slips, couple of bounces for 4, and that is Duckett's 50. Duckett 51 off 47. 14th Test 50 in 33 matches. He will be wanting to turn a few more of those 50s into hundreds. He's only got 400 so far. And again, for an opener, that's probably not enough. Striking more than a runner ball. He's a short guy, is Duckett, though. So any short balls, he can get underneath them. And it was 1-2 bounces and into the boundary down at third man. Guevara's bowling continues to Crawley round the wicket. It's a full ball. Crawley comes forward to and misses it, and it goes through to the keeper, but it kept low. But I would say there that Crawley didn't need to play at that. He's playing at one that's wide there, a defensive bat. The only thing he can do is edge that into the wicket-keeper's hands or the slips. Better leaving that alone. Risky. And Guevara's in again. Crawley's forward driving into the covers, goes to extra cover. It's fielded and there's no run. And Guevara in again to Crawley, round the wicket, short. It's cut by Crawley down to cover point, who's on the boundary. Jogger single. Excuse me. And Guevara over the wicket now to the left-handed Duckett. That's full toss. Hit to mid-wicket by Duckett. This time Curran diving to his right does make a good save and keeps it to a 0 when it should have been 4. And Guevara bowls again. And he's beaten his Duckett at a ball that is in at his legs, hits his pads. It can't have been far away, that one. There was an appeal, but they're not going for the review. But that can't have been far away. Maybe just missing the leg stump, but not by much. And Guevara's coming in to complete his 8th over. He's gone for 37 runs. Balls to Duckett. That's full. down the leg side. Duckett can't catch up with it, and the wicketkeeper takes it diving to his right, and there's no run. They're just looking at the pitch marks of the Zimbabwe seamers, and it shows that they have bowled all sorts of different lengths, and they haven't bowled a consistent full length, which you probably need to do in the UK. And because of that, the two batsmen have been able to help themselves to short balls and half volleys to get to England at 93 for none off 18, 5.17 score rate. Muzarabani's back on. Ball to Crawley. That's short. And he nips one past Crawley's outside edge. Good start for Muzarabani. It's a good start there. Can't have been far off Crawley's outside edge. That was a good ball. Applause from the wicketkeeper. Muzarabani in again to Crawley. This time he's on the back foot to one that's just a bit shorter than that. He runs it down into the gully position, and there's no run. Muzarabani in again. Short, wider this time. Crawley lets it go through, and there's no run. Crawley 40 off 62. Duckett 51 off 50. Just about a runner ball, which is good for Test match cricket if you can keep that up. Half an hour to go before lunch. Zimbabwe could do with a wicket. This time Crawley drives the ball straight up to extra cover. He parries the ball, but powers it well enough to be able to stop the run. England next have got 5 test series against India. Then they go to Australia in November for another 5-match test series. This one's short outside Crawley's off stump. He lets that go through to the keeper. 81 miles an hour. So 11 tests over the next few months. Headingley is the first test for against India. Then it goes to Edgbaston, Lords, Old Trafford, then the Oval. And then November in Perth for the start of the Ashes. This one's short again, outside the off stump. Crawley runs it down into the gullies, no run. Another maiden to Muzarabani. He's got his radar straightened up a bit now. England have got a white ball series against West Indies as well, which should be interesting. England have been poor over the last 12 months in white ball cricket, and they'll be looking to drag themselves out of this losing streak that they've currently got. and Guevara's going to continue ball into Duckett. Left arm over the wicket to ball to Duckett. Just short of a length. Duckett comes forward, plays it to the catcher on the leg side at mid wicket, and there's no run. And Guevara balls short. Duckett turns it backward of square, and they jog a single on the leg side. 94. And Guevara round the wicket to Crawley. Crawley gets one on his leg stump. He drives it, but he only finds the square leg fielder, and there's no run. Slower ball by Guevara. They're only 76 miles an hour. Run rate just dropping just a touch. It's back to 4.82. It was at warp at 5.5 at one stage. So it shows that the Zimbabwe bowlers have just tightened things up a bit. This one's a pull by Zach Crawley. The man at square leg is wide, and he gets it fine, does Zach Crawley, and that thunders into the boundary. Does like a pull, does Zach Crawley, and Guevara has fed him there. And Gava must be feeling a little tired now because his pace is just dropping a bit. And Guevara back into Crawley. This one left arm round is ducking into Crawley. He gets forward and plays it into the covers. No run. A bit of a slingy action by Guevara there that drags it round and into the right-handed batsman. Bit like a Malinga the slinger, that one. And Guevara to complete his over. Short, full. Crawley has a drive at it, misses it, and it goes through to the keeper. .98 run partnership by these two out of 20 overs have gone along at a good rate, almost 5 and over, 2 off 100 partnership. Muzarabani, 25 off 7 overs, he's kept it as tight as he could, and he's going to continue bowling to Duckett. right arm round, short. On the back foot, his Duckett turns it into square leg, as we know, is deep, and so they jog through for a single. Duckett onto 53. Crawley facing Muzarabani now. He's going to be back over the wicket. He bowls now. Short. It's hit off the back foot through backward point. Backward point has to come round to field it. And they jog through for an easy two. Century partnership, 101. Well played by these two batsmen. They're into the batting now. Look very comfortable. They're only going to get themselves out now after batting for an hour and 40 minutes. They're well entrenched now. Crawley again facing Muzarabani. This one's a little bit wider this time, and Crawley just watches that past 83 miles an hour through to the keeper. He comes in again, the ball's now, this time it's short outside the off stump. It's pulled through mid-wicket by Crawley. Mid-wicket is on the boundary, but he has to run round to his left to field it, and Crawley comes back for two. Crawley to face Muzarabani again. Comes in now and bowls. That's short off the back foot. He hits it through the point position. Point position again is on the boundary. It goes straight to him this time, and they take a single. Crawley onto 49. Duckett now to face Muzarabani's final ball of this over. 53 off 53. And England 104 without loss. Muzarabani back to round the wicket to bowl at Duckett for this last ball of his 8th over. Balls, it's short, it's cut by Duckett. The man on the cover point boundary is backward of square, and it goes straight to him, but they take a single. Crawley's on 49. He's facing this next over. A chance to get himself a half century as well, with 16 minutes or so to go, 17 minutes. It looks like it's a change of bowling for Zimbabwe. Nyuchi is coming on. 11 matches, 23 wickets, an average of 37, won 5-wicket innings, but only 11 matches. Not that Zimbabwe play a lot of Test cricket at the moment, so you can understand it. But he is 32 years of age, so he's well into his career. As he comes into ball to duck it over the wicket right-handed. That's wide. And Duckett just watches it go past and through to the wicketkeeper. Nyuchi into ball again. This one's shot outside the off stump and it's cut off the back foot by Duckett and he hits it through extra cover and that's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. "17 fours in this innings so far for England. Nyuchi in again to a ball to Duckett. It's cut again by Duckett. He doesn't time it that well. It runs slowly out to the point fielder and they manage to jog a pretty comfortable single. Nyuchi bowling to Duckett has given him plenty of room outside the off stump, which Duckett has taken advantage of. He goes on to 59 now. Crawley's still on 49. He's facing Nyuchi now. Nyuchi now bowls just short of length into Zach Crawley. Zach Crawley's on the back foot, steers it to the man at the mid wicket, and there's no run. Nyuchi on his way to ball again to Crawley. That's full, but it's zipping down the leg side. Crawley can't turn it away. And the wicketkeeper moving to his left takes the ball 72 miles an hour. So it's not express pace from Nyuchi. Slowest of the Zimbabwe bowlers that we've seen so far. Crawley to face again. It's short. It turns it away on the leg side this time, and Crawley will go to 50. Well played by Zach Crawley. He needed a score. I know it's only against Zimbabwe, but you can only score runs against the opposition in front of you. And he's hit 7 fours and looked genuinely quite solid, which is good to see. Now, he needs to turn that into 100, as does Ben Duckett, because these two batsmen do score plenty of 50s, but they don't turn many of them into hundreds, which you would hope that your openers do, especially when we get to Australia. Rabani again round the wicket into Duckett, bounces into his pads and then bounces out on the offside, and Rabani does the fielding off his own bowling. Duckett just rehearses the shot where he turns it down to fine leg. Disappointed that he couldn't actually run it down there. If he could have got it fine, it would have gone for 4 because the fielder down at fine leg is pretty wide. Rabani in for his 9th over. Comes in now and bowls round. It's wide this time. Duckett manages to reach it and get his end of his bat on it, and it goes past the slip fielder and down to the boundary for 4. It was very wide, and he had to stretch to get there. End of the bat goes past. It's not the slip fielder; it's a wide gully. Past his left hand and then down to the boundary for 4. Wasn't a catch at all. It had bounced well before him. And again, balls. Duckett on the back foot, just plays it into the covers. Cries no to Zach Crowley. And stays exactly where he is. Rabani round the wicket to Duckett again. This time he drives uppishly, doesn't time it, runs away to the right of the cover fielder. He has to jog back to retrieve the ball, and they take an easy single. 64 to Duckett now, off 61. Crawley 51 off 76. England 117 off 22.4 overs. A run rate of 5.16, so they've pushed it back up there again now. Balls to Crawley. Crawley comes forward solidly, drives it back down the pitch. Rabani feels it in his follow through, but they've got a man catching short on the offside there. It would have gone straight to him either way, but it was a solid forward defensive from Crawley. Rabani again over the wicket to Crawley. It's a full one outside the off stump, and Crawley goes for the drive. He gets a bit of too much bottom hand in that, and hits across the ball a touch and lucky not to edge it. You can tell that Zach Crowley's not in the best of form with shots like that. Too much bottom hand in it, hitting across the ball instead of hitting it through the covers. And it's surprising, really, because Zach Crowley has hit some nice balls through the covers, keeping the bat nice and straight and not getting too much bottom hand into the shot, but he just did there. It's Nayuchi into his 2nd over now. Going to be bowling to Duckett on 64. Round the wicket. Duckett coming half forward, gets a bit of an outside edge to that ball. It runs into the covers and there's no run. We're just about 7 minutes away from the lunch break. This one's short and slow outside the off stump of Ben Duckett. He manages to turn it through mid-wicket and jogs through for a single. It's such a slow pace as Naochi, and he's not getting any movement, and the batsmen are able to really pick the gaps at will off him, milking him at the moment. Zach Crawley to face now. I'm sure Naochi will be back over the wicket to Zach Crawley, which he is. It's another ball just short of a length into Zach Crawley. He goes back on his stumps, turns it into square leg, and they jog through for another single. Naochi round the wicket to Duckett. It's full. Duckett drives it. And the two cover fielders both dive over it. And it's going to just make it to the boundary. It does. And that's poor fielding by both those short fielders on the offside. Let's have a look at that again. It's a nice drive. On both these fielders in the offside have dived over that ball. One to his right, one to his left, and allowed the ball to go all the way through to the boundary. Another 4 to Ben Duckett. And England move on to 123. Round the wicket again. Duckett back on his stumps. Just drops the ball into the covers. And there's no run. Duckett on to 69. Good start to this test match for England. Naochi to complete his over to Duckett around the wicket. Short. Duckett is back. Drops it into the offside, past the left hand of the gully fielder, down to the fielder on the boundary, and they come through for an easy 2. Maybe Muzza Rabbani is bowling this over. I would imagine 3 minutes to 1, it's going to be the last over before lunch. Muzza Rabbani in now to Crawley. Crawley drives straight to the man at short cover. Timed nicely, but didn't get anything for it. Muzarabani again into Crawley over the wicket, short. Crawley comes tentatively forward, runs the ball off the face of the bat to the gully fielder, and there's no run. Playing for lunch, quite sensibly too. It is a test match after all. Muzarabani in again. It's into Crawley's legs this time, and he clips it nicely off his legs. And it goes like a rocket down to the boundary, and the man on the square leg boundary manages to field it, get it in quickly, and they only take a single. In fact, his return actually hits the stump at the striker's end. So good fielding. Crawley on to 53. Stuck it to face Muzarabani round the wicket now. He cuts one off the back foot, runs it down to the deep third man, who's had to run round to his right to field that ball, and they come through for two. To the left hand of the gully fielder, as it was. It's Curran who's down there. Yeah, just run it off the bat. I didn't hit it hard or anything, just ran it down there into the vacant position. It's Curran who does the fielding. Did well to get round. Duck it on 73 to face Muzarabani again. Short, in at him, onto the back foot, just drops it into the leg side. Muzarabani just hops across the pitch and does the fielding in his follow-through. 40 off 9.5 overs Muzarabani, so he's gone for 4 and over. The rest of them have been a bit more expensive. The two Curran brothers are still in the crowd there. The cameras are on them, watching their brother playing for Zimbabwe. Final ball. Duck it on his back foot, turns it through square leg. Square leg is deep, and they go for a single. Well, I thought this would be the last one before lunch because my watch says it's gone 1 o'clock, but what matters is the time on the ground, and the umpires are saying that there's time for one more. Nayuchi's going to bowl this last over then. His right arm medium paces. He's going to be right arm round the wicket because Duckett's facing at the other end. He comes in and bowls now. That's full. Going down the leg side. Duckett tries to help it on its way down to fine leg. Can't catch up with it. It's a 74 mile an hour ball. So there's no pace on Nayuchi's bowling, and there's no movement either. Nayuchi bowling round the wicket, maybe just encroaching on the wicket because the umpire's just taking a cursory look down there and just stamping a few scuff marks down. Not said anything to Nayuchi at the moment, so he can carry on. To Duckett again. Full on his legs, turned down to square leg. Fielder has to run round to his right. It's Curran again. And they take a single. Duckett onto 75 off 71. Crawley now facing 53 off 82, and England are 130. Nayuchi over the wicket this time to Crawley. Gets one to come into Crawley. Crawley's forward and solidly plays it down to mid-on. Nayuchi again to Crawley. This one's swinging into him. There's a massive appeal, but you could see that was going down the leg side, and they won't even bother wasting a review on this one. Nayuchi's interested, but it'd be a waste of time if they do. They're considering it, but I think Irvin's decided no. It would have been a waste because that was quite obviously going down leg side, well down leg side as well. Crawley just falling over there slightly at the ball that was swinging down the legs, trying to help it on its way. Yeah, he's just fallen over a bit there as Zach Crawley, but it's well down the leg side. Nauchi again, another one that swings down the leg side. Wicketkeeper diving to his left makes a good stop. So Nauchi all of a sudden has found quite a lot of that one swung a long way. He's found quite a lot of in-swing to Crawley here. Just got to get the line right. Last ball of the morning's play. Here he comes, last ball of the over. This one's a straight one outside the off stump. And lets it go through, and that'll be lunch. Good start for England. It would have been testing conditions in the overcast conditions, but the Zimbabwe batsmen haven't really taken advantage of that. There has been a bit of movement, but they've been a bit wayward with the bowling, and England have taken full advantage of it. It is lunch, so I will be taking lunch. Now I'll keep the stream open, but I'm going to get myself a cup of coffee and some lunch. We'll be back just as play starts for the afternoon session. If you'd like to get yourself a cup of coffee or whatever for your lunch, and then join me again in about 40 minutes' time, be more than happy to see you. But, thanks for joining us for the morning session. I'll see you in about 40 minutes. Welcome back to the afternoon session of this one-off test match between England and Zimbabwe from Trent Bridge. I'm glad you could join us for this afternoon session. England begin the afternoon session 130 without loss after 26 overs. Zimbabwe just walking out onto the pitch now. Players just making their way onto the pitch now. The batsmen are there already and umpires are there. Just a matter of getting the field in position before we can get started again. Sikandar Raza to open the ball in this post-lunch session. Spinner, I think. Yeah. Right arm off spin it'll be. Ben Duckett to face the first ball of the afternoon session. Comes in the balls now. Full outside the stump. Ben Duckett drives it to mid-off. No run. Very strange action as Raza has the ball behind his back. That's shot outside the off stump, and Ben Duckett hits it off the back foot into the covers, but cover point makes a good dive and stop, saves 4 runs. Yeah, it took a skip off one of the old pitches, and Bennett dived to his right and made a good stop, even one-handed. Raza comes in and bowls again. Duckett is forward, just punches it down the ground to mid-off, who's set back a bit, and they jog through for an easy single. So England are on the way again in this second half. So Raza will get the chance to bowl to the right-handed Crawley on 53 not out. Duckett on 76 now. That's on the leg stump, and Duckett is back on his stumps and turns it to the man at backwards square leg. And they jog an easy single. Raza again hiding the ball behind his back before he bowls. It's full again outside the off stump, and Ben Duckett forward punches it down to the deep mid-off fielder, and they take another easy single. And again to Crawley. Bit shorter this time. This time Crawley punches it off the back foot to mid-on. Mid-on dives to his left and makes a good save. Saves us a run. And that's the end of the over. 3 off that first over from Raza. Didn't see any particular spin, but it's early in the first day, and you wouldn't imagine there'll going to be any, especially in these conditions. It's overcast, not very dry. The atmospheric conditions are not dry, and he might have to wait until the wicket is a bit more worn before he sees any spin. Naichi to carry on from the Radcliffe Road half in the second half. Three overs in his first session for 16 runs. But he did find a bit of in-swing in his last over, but he's bowling to Duckett round the wicket this time. Oh, gets one that goes past Duckett. There was a bit of a noise. There's an appeal for a caught behind. Bowler didn't seem that interested. The wicketkeeper was the one who made the appeal. They're considering it. 4 seconds for the DRS timer, and they're not bothering. It was a good ball by Nauchi, a bit of bounce and nipping past the outside edge. Yeah, it's a good delivery. Just pitched on the off stump and just moved away from Ben Duckett. Yeah, just flicked his jumper on his hip as he went through him. This time, Duckett drives one wide. Well saved by the cover fielder. Saved another 4 runs. Ultra Edge says that there was nothing off the bat. You can see it was off his hip as it went past him. And again, well pitched up on the off stump. Duckett is forward, pushes it back down the field. Bowler does the fielding and there's no run. It's got a long run for a slow medium pacer as Naiuchi, but whatever it takes, he's in again now on balls. On a good length, just outside the off stump. Duckett is forward, plays it down to mid-on, no run. Good over so far for Naiuchi. Naiuchi again around the wicket to Duckett. He bowls short off the back foot. He punches it into the covers, does Duckett. Straight to the fielder though, and there's no run. Naiuchi again into Duckett. Outside edge this time. It goes through the slips. Big gap between first and probably what's a wide third slip, and his outside edge splits them perfectly and runs down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. Well, lucky for Naiuchi, it's a good over that. Yeah, right in between the slip fielders. Hope you had a good lunch while we were away. Took advantage of the break in play. I certainly did to take the dog for a walk and then grab a quick coffee and a sandwich before resuming the coverage. but it is what it is. It's nice to see you here supporting the channel. Thanks a lot for joining us. Raza bowls a full one on the legs to Crowley. He just turns it away down to backward square and they come through for an easy single, and Crowley moves on to 55. Duckett is 81 off 81, so his strike rate's 100. And England are 138 off 28.1, run rate of just short of 5. Reverse slog by Duckett. He gets it fine, and it runs all the way down to the boundary, and it's 4 runs. Don't think he got out of the middle, but he hit it wide of the single slips left hand, and it went all the way down to the fine leg boundary. The reverse was effective for Duckett, and he moves on to 85. Does score quick, does Duckett, when he gets in. He certainly does. He's got to go on to make a big 100 here. He can't do what he's done quite regularly now, get out at around about this sort of score. So that might be an issue for one of the Zimbabwe fielders. Oh, he's not looking good at all. He chased that ball round to the boundary, and then I wondered whether it was maybe a hamstring or something, but as he stood up there, he was holding his back. He was trotting for the ball. He was never going to get anywhere near it. Maybe it was when he bent down to pick the ball up. He's bent over, so he's holding the back of his hamstring. He's holding the back of his right hamstring. I'm not quite sure it's back or hamstring. Can't even straighten up. The Carter's coming on for him. It's Sangava, who's the bowler, is hobbling in a lot of pain to sit in the cart. He can't lift his left leg up to get into the cart. It must be a back problem. If you can't lift your legs up like that, it's a back problem. It's not a hamstring problem. It's a sciatica problem. And I reckon that's his test match over with. He's on the cart and being driven away anyway. He's holding his back. It's definitely a back problem. Definitely. It's a lower back on his right-hand side. So he's off for treatment, and the game continues with Raza bowling to Duckett. Round the wicket, right-handed. Duckett drives through extra cover. Mid-off is deep, almost on the boundary, and he manages to get round to his right and saved the boundary, but Duckett comes through for an easy 2 and he moves on to 87. Balls against another full one. Duckett again is forward, driving into the mid-off sort of position. It goes straight to mid-off, who's 3/4 of the way back to the boundary, and they virtually walk a single. Forward, pushing it into the covers. Zach Crowley, no run. Comes again, does Raza. It's a bit straighter this time. Hard sweep off the front foot through square leg, and he nails that one, does Crowley, and that flies to the boundary for 4. There's 12 off that over. That's an expensive over from the spinner. We'll be looking to put the brakes on the ball in a bit as a spinner, but he's not managed it that over. So it's Nayuchi ball into Duckett round the wicket to the left-hander. It's wide of the stumps, and Duckett's having nothing to do with that. It goes through to the keeper, who then drops the ball. Gets it right on the end of his finger. I bet that was a bit painful. Immediately takes his glove off. Bet he felt that one. Duckett again to face Nayuchi round the wicket. That's well pushed up on his off stump. He comes forward, pushes it to the short mid wicket, and there's no run. Still looking at his finger as the wicket keeper there. I bet he felt that one. Nayuchi again round the wicket to Duckett. It's full. It's jammed down on it by Duckett, and it again rolls out to short mid wicket, and there's no run. Nayuchi on his way for his 4th ball of this over. This time Duckett's back on his stumps and chops it down wide of the gully. The man square on the offside has to run round to his right to field the ball, and they come through for another 2, and Duckett has gone to 90. Nayuchi again. Forward defensively, Ben Duckett. Nasser Hussain just saying what I was saying about Duckett just a few minutes ago, that Duckett gets out around about this score now without going on to 100, and he's got to go on to 100 today, definitely. The nervous 90s, 80s, 90s, where he gets out quite a lot, but Duckett's got to go on now. Naiuchi to bowl to him. It's just short of a length. Duckett is forward. Straight back, plays it straight down the pitch to Naiuchi in his follow through, and it's the end of the over. Don't forget you can get in touch with your comments in the live chat if you would like to join in. Have your say on the game, what you've seen so far, what you expect, how long were you thinking a little bat? All day today, definitely. Maybe to lunch tomorrow. Get up to about 400, 450, and then maybe declare. It's Raza to continue to his third of his ball into Crawley. Full on the leg stump, he pushes it to the mid-wicket fielder, and there's no run. Raza again, right arm over. Just took a step down the wicket, did Crawley, and then punched it through mid-on for a single. Raza in again to Duckett round the wicket this time. Is backwards, back on his stumps, and off the back foot he hits it straight through the covers and all the way to the boundary for 4. So a great shot that. He had time to rock back onto his back foot and then stayed with it as he punched it through the covers. There's a man short at cover to catch him, but he put it past the right hand of him, and as soon as it went past him, they were never going to pull it back in. Comes in again to Duckett. Duckett again's on the back foot. It's the same place this time. Not hit it as hard this time, and a man that's deep mid-off manages to get round to his right and cut it out. And it's a single that takes Duckett to 95, so he's one boundary away from a ton now. Crawley resumes his innings on 60. Raza ball into him over the wicket this time, hiding the ball behind his back as he bowls. On the back foot, Crawley punches it through the covers. Takes one. It's reeled in by the fielder 3/4 away to the boundary, but Crawley's come back for 2. And Raza's becoming very expensive. These two batsmen looking in this afternoon session to push it on and score quickly, and they certainly are doing. Raza again to Crawley. Crawley comes forward, just drops it in front of him. No run. 159. They didn't start this session off too badly, Zimbabwe. The fielding was good. They threw themselves around early on in this session and saved a few boundaries. And the bowlers were getting a little bit of movement outside edge that on another day could have gone to hand from Ben Duckett. But since that, the last 10 minutes, the English batsmen have got right back on top. And Duckett, who's facing Naiuchi now, is on 95 not out from 92. Naiuchi going to bowl round the wicket to him again. It's on the legs, and Duckett turns it into the leg side. It's into mid-wicket, and there's nobody there, and the square leg has had to run miles around to his right. He's had to come so far that Duckett has taken 3 and goes on to 98. Well placed by Ben Duckett. Knew that there was nobody at mid-wicket. Zach Crowley now has strike. Naiuchi just making a few slight alterations to his field. He's going to bowl over the wicket to Crowley. That's down the leg side, and Crowley gets up, catches up with it, helps it on the way. As it's swung down the leg side, it's gone all the way down to the wide, fine leg, and they jog through for a single. Duckett facing just 2 away from a century now, off just 93 balls. Naiuchi to bowl round the wicket to him. Balls now. It's down the leg side. He tries to help it on its way. Doesn't catch up with it. The wicketkeeper diving full length to his right. Takes a good ball in one hand, in his right hand, to save the 4 byes. Or 4 wides, possibly. Duckett still got 3 balls left of this over to get his century. Naiuchi again round the wicket. Wide. Comes forward, does Duckett, pushes it to cover point, looking for the single. His partner sends him back, quite rightly too. Got to be patient, Ben Duckett. Don't throw your wicket away looking for these 2 runs. Take your time. Naiuchi again. Oh, it's a wide one, a full wide one. And Ben Duckett has a go at it. Missed it, but can't have missed it by much. Got a smile on his face. Ben Duckett still lucky to be there. Naiuchi is going to look to do that again, just short of a length, bouncing past the outside edge. He's on his leg stump this time. Ben Duckett turns it into the leg side, but the mid-wicket man restricts him to a single, and Duckett goes through to 99. But he does retain the strike for the next over, does Ben Duckett? .99 facing Raza. Can he get his ton? Raza's going to bowl off spin round the wicket. It's a full one. Ben Duckett tries to turn it down the leg side as it swings down the leg side, but it goes to the short, fine leg. And he can't get his single that he wants. The Zimbabwe team has sensibly come in to restrict Duckett to pinching a single. Raza comes in again to bowl to him. Just comes gently forward, does Duckett, and pushes it back up the pitch to Raza. No single there. 99 from 99 now, so a run a ball. Raza again round the wicket. Down the leg side this time. He turns it to square leg and gets the single that he wants, and Duckett has 100 from 100 balls. And well played, Ben Duckett. His 5th Test century in 33 matches. And it's his home ground as well. All his teammates on the balcony, obviously giving him the round of applause that he richly deserves. It's been a good innings, and now he's got a chance to push on and make a big score. Zach Crawley now get his chance to push further on. Off the back foot, he hits it through the covers, and he hits it past the right hand of cover point. Perfectly played all the way to the boundary for 4. Picked the gap beautifully. Just off the back foot, stood tall. .67 to Crawley now. This time off the back foot, Crawley hits it into the leg side. He finds the mid-wicket fielder and there's no run. This time it's a ball that's pitched on middle and off stump, and Crawley comes forward and gently pushes it back down the pitch. End of the over. Yeah, he's looked good as Ben Duckett. He deserves that 100. As I was saying about Ben Duckett getting out in the 80s and 90s, 9 times between 70 and 90 he's got himself out. So, like I said to him, he's got to convert some of these into hundreds, and he's done it today, which is good. A good start to his summer season. He wants to go on now and get himself a good score, a big score, well over 150. As Nyuchi bowls to him, he pulls one that's short. It flashes past mid-wicket. I don't know how close he got to it, but it's gone all the way to the boundary on the leg side for 4. Just slightly short of a length by Nyuchi, but he's such a gentle pace that Duckett had a chance to just rock back onto his back foot. And the fielder there at mid-wicket really didn't get that close to it. Nyuchi again into Ben Duckett. Ben Duckett gets across his stumps and pushes it to the wide mid-on, but it's straight to him and they can't take a single. Looks like the clouds at Trent Bridge are just beginning to break and allow the sun to come through, which is going to improve the batting even more. Nyuchi round the wicket, and he's hit it straight back to Nyuchi, and he's missed a caught and bowled straight through him. Chance for Nyuchi and Zimbabwe to break the partnership. Let's see how he's hit it straight back to him. Oh, it's just bounced half a yard in front of him. I thought it had carried and gone through him, but it didn't. It just dropped short of him. He was stooping down in his follow through to get himself down to it, but it was just in front of him. Wasn't a caught and bowled eventually, but not far away. Ben Duckett's got to just concentrate again now as he hits one into the covers. But he hits it straight to the cover fielder, and the cover fielder has saved 4 runs there because he timed that one nicely. This time it's short on the legs, and Ben Duckett's found that gap at mid-wicket. Nobody down there. The square leg fielder is backward of square, and it goes crashing into the boundary. These two batsmen scoring at a real quick rate now. They've got the score rate up to 5.23. One more ball of this over to go. Duckett on 108. Ball's another one down the leg side. Duckett tries to glance it down the leg side. The keeper diving to his right can only parry the ball, and they go through for a bye. Still looking at the crowd there. They're still all well wrapped up. So even though the clouds are breaking there, there's not much warmth in the air for those who are there at the ground. They're just giving the ball to the umpire, saying it's gone out of shape, and he's got that little round gauge to put the ball through, and the ball's not going through the gauge. So I would imagine then that they're going to be changing the ball because it is out of shape. Third umpire coming on with the briefcase with a load of balls in it. Yeah, it's not. It's not going through that gauge at all, so it is out of shape. Just a bit of a delay now while they wait for them to change a ball that looks about the right age as the one they're changing. Still waiting to select the ball. I think they've found one now. It goes through the gauge, so they must be happy with that. Hey, boy. So we'll see whether the ball change is any advantage to Zimbabwe. Will it move? Will it spin? It's Raza to continue his fifth over. Ball into Duckett round the wicket. Duckett on the back foot is thrashing it into the covers. It goes to the cover fielder though, and there's no run. Just a bit too short by Raza, allowing Duckett to rock onto the back foot and try to thrash it through the covers. This time it's Fuller. He drives it back into the covers, does Duckett on the front foot this time. That's where they need him, that's where they want him. Not picking his spot, picking the gaps off the back foot. Raza again in the balls. That's full this time. Duckett manages to hit it to wide mid-on, goes round to his left and fields it, and Duckett takes another single. Riser over the wicket to Crawley. Crawley on the back foot tries to hit it straight down the pitch, but too close to the bowler, and the bowler steps to his right and fields the ball. Riser again with his hand behind his back, short this time. Crawley tries to rock back and hit it down the leg side. He missed it and it hit his pads, but it's ran down to fine leg, and they've taken 2 leg byes. This time, Duckett again is on the back foot, whipping it behind square on the leg side, but it's straight to the fielder and there's no run. End of the over. If you're enjoying this live watch along, please do consider becoming a subscriber and hit that like button, the notification bell. Join us again tomorrow morning for the first session of the second day, and on Saturday for the Championship playoff game between Sunderland and Sheffield United for a live watch along there. If you hit the notification bell, you will be informed whenever there's a live watch along due. It'd be great to see you. Great to see your support. Become a subscriber. It doesn't cost anything. It just helps my channel just grow that a little bit more with the YouTube algorithm, and it allows me to be able to continue making content for you. Chivanga coming back on now. 4 overs, but he was expensive, 30 runs. He's going to be bowling round the wicket to Duckett. In he comes now and bowls. Short. Duckett tries to cut it, but he couldn't reach it, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. 86 miles an hour, first ball. Maybe he can get his pace up a bit. Chivanga considered to be the faster of the Zimbabwe bowlers, but he was spraying it about a bit in his session this morning. But he's got to tighten it up now. He's got to conserve a few runs because the England team have got off to a great start at 181 for 0 as he bowls again. On the back foot, Crawley punches it into the covers straight to the fielder though, and there's no run. If you'd like to get involved in the chat, please do. Send us your comments and observations. We can discuss them as the game goes on. Chivanga again round the wicket to Duckett. He bowls. That's short. Into the body, turned into the leg side to the mid wicket, and there's no run. Chivanga on his way again to bowl to Duckett. It's wide. It's thrashed into the covers by Duckett. He's pierced the cover field, and all the way to the boundary for 4. It was short and wide and asking to be put away, and Duckett, in the form that he's in, is not going to miss out, and he doesn't. Duckett again faced Chivanga on 113, not out. He tries to pull one that's short, going down the leg side. He misses it. I think it takes his thigh pad as it goes through, and the wicketkeeper dives to his right and makes another useful stop. There's the one ball left in this over. Chivanga to complete his over to Duckett. Sure, it's pulled over the leg side and probably gone all the way for 6 that when he caught that beautifully, and it is a 6. And that's great batting by Duckett. He's really on the charge now, and Chivanga's gone for 10 off that over. And when he's in form like this, Duckett, it's great to watch. That was just short into his body, but he swiveled onto that nicely and just helped it on its way. "27 fours and 1 6 in this innings so far. 36 overs gone. Run rate's up to 5.31 and over now. And England are just 9 runs off 200. How quick is that? Crawley 67 off 102 and Duckett's 119 off 115. Well, Crawley won't mind giving the strike to Duckett the way he's batting at the moment. Raza to continue. He's not been too economic. 29 off 5 into ball to Crawley. On the back foot, Crawley turns one that's on his legs down to square leg, and they will jog through for an easy single. Raza again round the wicket now. Duckett comes forward, plays it down the onside. Raza just steps across the wicket and feels off his own bowling. No run. Duckett again on the legs, drives one to mid-wicket. It's picked up and thrown in quickly. No chance of a run out. Raza again to Duckett. Ball's short. And it's hit in the air, and is he going to be caught? No, Duckett is so lucky. It drops over the top of the mid-wicket, and it drops to the left-hand side of the wide mid-on, and in the gap, and Duckett gets away with a false shot. It comes down the wicket and gets possibly an inside edge or a leading edge that took it high in the air, but luckily for him, into the gap, and he gets a single. And when it's your day, it's your day. Raza to Crawley now. Off the back foot, he turns it into the leg side to square leg. And again, takes the easy single. Duckett back on strike on 120. Crawley's 69 not out now. Raza to complete his over to Duckett. It's short outside the off stump, and Duckett is on the back foot, thrashing it into the covers, but he can't beat the infield, and it's the end of the over. Crawley, 69 from 104 balls, Duckett 120 from 119. So he's always been hovering around about that run a ball as Duckett. But he's leaving Zach Crawley well behind now. Crawley is facing now. It's Chivanga to carry on. He's gone for 40 off his 5 overs as Chivanga. So none of the Zimbabwe bowlers have been able to stem the runs. The captain will be frustrated with that. Chivanga on his way to bowl over the wicket to Zach Crawley. That's into his legs, and Crawley drives it well into the leg side, but it picked out mid-wicket with a really well hit shot. Unfortunate. A yard either side of him, he wouldn't have seen that. Chivanga on his way to Crawley again. Over the wicket. Short, pulled into the leg side. He's picked out the man deep on the square leg boundary. Unfortunate for Crawley. And all he gets for a shot like that is a single. Bit of a wry smile on Crawley's face. He knew he hit it well, and it was unfortunate he picked out the fielder. Umpire has to take evasive action out there and lets it go through his legs. Duckett to face on 120. Chivanga round the wicket. Short. Tries to pull it, does Duckett. He misses it completely, and it yorks the keeper as he dives to his right. It goes under his hand and all the way down to the boundary for 4 byes. And runs coming thick and fast now. No matter what the Zimbabweans try to do, they can't stop it. Ben Duckett now to face Chifanga's 4th ball. Round the wicket, it's wide. Ben Duckett has to stretch to reach it. Manages to get a bit of bat on it and steer it down to the man on the square point boundary. They get a single, but that brings up the 200 for England. The 2 batsmen just congratulate each other. 200 runs off 227 balls is very good by any standard. Zach Crawley now to face Chivanga. Over the wicket, short on the legs. Turns it off his hip to the square leg fielder again on the boundary, and again they jog through for a comfortable single. Crawley goes to 71. duck it to face. Chafanga's last ball of his sixth over. He turns now and begins his run into the wicket. Balls, it's wide, and it's hit high into the air by Duckett. He's got it off the end of the bat. It's dropped over the old fielder's head, and it's going to run just to the boundary. Is it? No, it's just cut a yard from the boundary, but they do come in from three. It went straight over the top. It was straight over mid-on, who had to run back and just pulled it back in. But it was high in the air. At first, I couldn't tell where it had gone. I thought it was maybe hit it right on the edge of the bat and went straight back over the bowler's head, bounced about 3/4 of the way to the boundary. It's Raza to continue. I'm sure they'll be looking for more control from Raza, but he's not been able to. They've all been going for plenty, and he's gone for 32 from 6. Let's duck it to face. Ball that's well pitched up on middle and off. Duckett just pushes it back down to Raza. No run. This time it's down the leg side. He tries to turn it down the leg, but he misses out of it, and quick feet by the wicketkeeper gets himself down to the leg side and prevents any byes. Gloves and pad manages to stop that ball. Raza again comes in. Duckett steps away to leg, but all he can do is drive it straight back at Raza, who fields. Duckett looking to give himself a bit of room to hit over that offside, but Raza following him. Raza again. Ball that's pitched on middle and off is pushed straight back down the wicket by Duckett. Back to Raza. Raza again round the wicket, short outside the off stump. It's thrashed into the covers by Duckett, and that's gone straight through the covers and straight back to the boundary. Duckett picks out another 4. He's really milking the ball in now. Raza in again to Duckett. Turns it through mid-wicket. Mid-wicket dives to his right, makes a good stop and prevents a run. And at least they are still trying in the field. They haven't given up. Afternoon drinks after an hour's play. Get yourself involved in the chat if you want to, people. Let us know what you think about that first hour's play. England scored plenty of runs in that first hour. Zimbabwe have not been able to stem the runs. Let me know what you think. They're a bowler down. One's gone off injured. Get involved in the live chat. Let us know what you're thinking. Be interesting to see what people are thinking, and I think in the same way that I've been doing. If you're not a subscriber, please do become a subscriber. It does help my channel grow that little bit extra. Every little helps, and I really do appreciate everybody who's supporting the channel today. I'm just seeing some highlights of the 100 that Duckett's scored so far. Ollie Popin next. Then Joe Root and Harry Brook. Ben Stokes. Still plenty of batting to come. It's whether they'll all get a go. It's difficult to see what Zimbabwe can do about this because their bowling does not look like taking a wicket. There's no penetration in the bowling. It's going to be Chivanga who's going to bowl to Crawley after the drinks break. Short. Crawley helps it on its way down to fine leg. I think it maybe came off his hip or a glove. It's off his hip. It's a leg by, but it's still 4 runs. The problem with Zimbabwe, they've bowled both sides of the wicket. If you see the scoring wagon wheels, I'm sure you'll see that England have scored all round the wicket, which tells you that bowling of Zimbabwe has not been accurate enough. Crawley to first, Chivanga again. It's again down the leg side. Crawley tried to glance it down the leg to fine leg. Can't get there this time. Chivanga in again to Crawley. That's again down the leg side. That's 3 balls down the leg side. Crawley again tries to catch up with that to glance it down to fine leg, but he can't, and it's through to the keeper. Chivanga again. Short off the back foot this time. It punched into the covers by Crawley. Cover pointers had to run a long way around to his right, and Crawley will take 2. Chivanga again into Crawley. That's full. It's driven. And this time it's beaten extra cover, and that's going to go all the way through to the boundary. He must have got a hand to it, but not enough to stop it. Beautifully timed by Crawley on the front foot. Classic off drive. Chivanga expensive off his 7 overs or 6.5 overs has gone for 52 runs. In for his last ball, Crawley again. Pulls one this time, but he only manages to get it to the mid-wicket fielder, and there's no run. England have the run rate up to 5.45 now off 40 overs. If they get 90 overs in this day, England are going to be near 400. You may see an early declaration by Ben Stokes. Muzarabani is back on for Zimbabwe. The spinner goes off. Muzarabani has gone for 41 off his 10. I guess he probably is the most economic of the Zimbabwe bowlers, but even he never looked like taking a wicket, and as he bowls to Duckett on the back foot, Duckett just drops it down into the leg side, looks for a quick single, but it's not there. Muzarabani again round the wicket. Duckett stays it wide of the gully position down to third man. Taking an easy single. Field's just changing round as Crawley now comes onto strike, and Muzarabani will bowl over the wicket to Crawley. Like all the bowlers have so far, they've bowled round to the left-hander and over to the right-hander. Goes to Crawley now. It's short of a length outside the off stump, and he lets it bounce past his bat and through to the wicketkeeper. Muzarabani in again. It's short again. This time it's a bit straighter, and Crawley's on the back foot, pushing it into the offside, and they make it through for a comfortable single. There's a shy at the striker's stumps, but they don't hit him, and there's never a chance of a run out anyway. Just see the replay of that again. It's just dropped down in front of Zach Crawley, and then they go for the single, and if he had hit the stumps, Ben Duckett was yards in already. England go to 220. Crawley creeping up to 78. Creepy Crawley. Muzarabani now continues round the over the wicket still. That's a surprise. It's on the back foot to one that's just outside the off stump, steers it into the covers, and they run another single. Caught me out there, Muzarabani. It's the first time I've seen him bowl over the wicket to the left-hander. In again to Crawley. Crawley half forward, but driving at a full ball outside the off stump, but can only pick out mid-off, and there's no run. Into the over. Crawley has pinched the strike off Ben Duckett, and Madhavir is coming on now to bowl. Can he put the brakes on the England scoring? Looks like he may be a part-time option, but they've got no choice with one of the bowlers going off. Right arm off spin, round the wicket. Short, Duckett thrashes it into the covers, and it's gone all the way through and down to the boundary. And you just can't start like that with Ben Duckett in that sort of form. One that's short and wide outside the off stump and asking to be smashed through the covers, and Ben Duckett obliged. Another 4. Poor start for Madhavir. It's not what this captain would have wanted. Madhavir again to Duckett. Short. Pulled in the leg side this time. That's going to go for 6 as well as that one. And it does. That's into the crowd. Pulled over mid-wicket for 6. It was short, and Ben Duckett is not going to miss out on that. Duckett is into 140 already. And it seemed like 10 minutes ago that he was getting his ton. Ten off his first 2 balls. Madhavir is not doing his team or his captain any favours. In again, full this time. It's smashed into the covers and caught. And Duckett can't believe it. It was a nothing ball that he rocked onto the back foot and smashed it straight to the short cover. And Madhavir, after calling him useless, has just made the breakthrough. And Duckett has gone. He can't believe what he's done. Hit it straight to Curran. It was sort of like, it was cramped for room, was Duckett, and he was falling away from the ball. And basically looped a catch to Curran rather than thrashing it at him. Maybe just going for one shot too many. But 140, it's a good innings, but he's left so many runs out there. You just got to feel that. Let us know what you think. Curran's Duckett has scored 140, but has he thrown his wicket away? Has he left runs out there? Has he left a double ton out there? He's got to have done, surely, the way he was smashing it around. But is that just the way that Ben Duckett plays, and you've got to accept that? Is that the way the England team play? Ollie Pope comes in to replace him. So we've got two right-handers now. That might help the bowlers. Instead of a right and left-handed combination, Ollie Pope needs some runs as well. Ben Duckett, 140 off 134 balls. Plays 1-2. Pope, he goes on the back foot and tries to hit it into the covers. There's a big appeal as it goes into his pads, but you could see that was going down the leg side. It was always going down leg side. Everybody saw that, except the bowler. Mandavia again to Pope, and he on the back foot, and it's a short one that he hits through cover point, and that's going to go through for 4 runs, and Pope is quickly off the mark. Be happy with that one. Pope again, full one. Just pushes it down through mid-on to the deep mid-on fielder and takes a single. And he got a wicket off that over did Madhavi, but it also went for 15 runs. But he has made the breakthrough. Pope on the back foot to Mazharabani. He steers one down past Gully's right hand. And he takes 2. Pope quickly on to 7 already off 4 balls. Mazharabani and Zimbabwe attacking the new batsman as you would expect, but if Pope starts taking runs at will, that'll soon change again. Mazharabani back into Pope, onto his legs, and he's hit that one square, and that's been struck beautifully and goes all the way through to the square leg boundary. And Pope is on his way very quickly, and this is not what Zimbabwe would like to have seen from a new batsman. Half volley on the leg stump is hitting through square leg beautifully. Just a flick of the wrist as the bat made contact with the ball. Put all the pace in it. Mazharabani again to ball to Pope. It's a short one that bounces outside the off stump. Pope's having none of that. He raises the bat and watches it through to the wicketkeeper. Mazharabani's brought his 50 up already in his 12th over, so Not as bad as the others, but he's gone for some. He bowls short again. This time Pope's hits it through the left hand of Gully as he dives to his left, and it goes all the way down to the boundary for 4. Pope's well on his way with 15 already. Just about managed to keep it down before it got to the Gully fielder. Yeah, it bounced a couple of yards in front of him, but safe enough, I guess. Mazarabani again on the legs. It's been smacked through square leg again by Pope. Fielder on the boundary at square leg feels it, but again it's another 2 to Pope. And this is the problem that has been all day with the Zimbabwe bowlers, that they're bowling both sides of the wickets. They're getting hit through the leg side to the boundary, and they're getting hit through the offside to the boundary, and they can't bowl a consistent line and length. Mazrubani to complete his 12th over. This one is on the off stump. It bounces a bit as Pope punches the ball forward. Takes a ball in the midriff there, but he survives. Anybody tell me in the chat at what point would they consider a declaration? How many would you want? Bearing in mind that it's only a 4-day game, this, not a 5-day test match. Mandavia is going to bowl to Crawley. Crawley's back, pushing it into the covers to the man at wide mid-on, and they jog through for an easy single, and Crawley moves on to 79. Mandavia now to bowl to Pope. Short on the back foot, Pope hits it into the covers. It beats the extra cover fielder, and that's going to go all the way through to the boundary. And Pope has got away like lightning and into his 20s already. And usually the bowling team would really want to put the pressure on the new batsman and keep him on a low scoring mark right at the beginning to really put the pressure on him. But Pope's been allowed to get away to 21 off 10. Full one, driven down the ground to mid-off. It was a bit deep. Pope thought about a quick single, thought better of it, and there's no run. Mandavia again to Pope. Short on his back foot, he hits it into the covers again, does Pope. This time it's gone a bit straighter, and the man at the cover point boundary collects the ball and throws it in, and they just take a single. Pope on to 22. Crawley gets one in his legs, flicks it away square. There's a man deep on the square leg boundary. He feels the ball. Another single taken. Mandavia to Pope. Short on the legs. Pope tries to hit it straight through mid-on. Mistimes it. It's fielded and there's no run. It's certainly been entertaining. It's nice to see the ball flying to all parts of the boundary, but it's I don't know whether it's maybe the Zimbabwe bowlers are not as good as other teams, or that it's just not a fair contest between bat and ball because it's such a good batting wicket. Mazharabani continues to Crawley. Crawley just drops his bat on it into the covers, the ball runs, and they take an easy single. Mazharabani bowls short and wide outside the off stump to Pope. He's having nothing to do with that and lets it bounce through to the wicketkeeper. Mazharabani again, short, bouncing outside the off stump. Pope lets it go through to the wicketkeeper. This one's full. It's driven by Pope, and it's driven beautifully through extra cover and all the way down to the extra cover boundary for 4. And Pope's looks brilliant since he's come in. 26 off 16. He's only been in 10 minutes. Mazharabani to bowl his 5th ball of this over. Pope is forward and punching it down the ground. Mid-off is pretty deep, but not deep enough to run a single to. Bowled short. Uppercut by Pope helps it all the way down over the top of the slips. Couple of bounces to third man boundary, and it's another 4. $264 for 1 off 45 overs, a run rate of just shy of 6 runs an over. Pope is on to 30 off 18. Zach Crawley is 81 off 119 balls. Raza is brought back on. He's gone for 36 off 7. And whoever they bring on, the Zimbabweans just cannot stem the flow of runs. Raza balls. That was Crawley trying to sweep a ball that's going down the leg side. Can't catch up with it though. The keeper fumbles the ball, but there's no run. Raza again over the wicket. Just tries to do a little reverse paddle to get the ball down to fine leg. Bit of a stifled appeal there. Maybe just got a bit of bat on it. Yeah, a bit of glove. Probably not hitting the off stump anyway, but it's risky. He doesn't need to do that, doesn't Crawley? Just play normally. There, gets one that's short, hits it through the covers. The cover point fielder is on the boundary and it goes straight to him, and Crawley gets another single. Pope to face now. Jabs down late on one that's full on the off stump. It goes back to the bowler. Raza again to Pope on his legs, and he flicks it into the leg side. Mid wicket is 3/4 of the way back to the boundary, so they get an easy single. Raza again. It's Crawley this time, gets a full one on his legs, tries to punch it through the leg side, but only finds mid wicket, and there's no run. Muzarabani into his 14th over. Going to bowl over the wicket to Pope. Gets one just short outside the off stump, comes forward and pushes it straight back down the pitch. Muzarabani in again, short. Pope onto his toes, turns it into the leg side. Square leg comes in, and they take an easy single. Muzarabani to Crawley on 82. Balls. Crawley pushes one into the covers and they look for a quick single. It's not there, and he's sent back by Pope. Muzarabani short, pulled away by Zach Crawley and really crunched past square leg. Square leg didn't have very far to go to his left, but he hit it so well that it flew to that boundary. That's a great shot. Pulls it off the front foot. He doesn't go back. Pulls it off the front foot, but he rolls his wrists on it nicely and keeps it down. This time he gets a full one outside the off stump. He pushes it to backward square points and jogs through for a single. Muzarabani, he's in his 14th over, just finishing his 14th over. He's gone for 71. So he's been expensive. Ollie Pope facing now. Gets one on his off stump. He comes forward, inside edges it into the leg side and gets a single. Zach Crowley is 87 out. He's approaching his 226 balls. Ollie Pope 33 off 23. Really started really very well. He's looked very good, does Ollie Pope. I know the bowling isn't fantastic, but you can only hit what's in front of you, and Ollie Pope has looked imperious. Ollie Pope to Raza, gets one on his legs. One that kept a bit low, but he's jabbed down of it. It's rolled to backward square, and they get through for an easy single. This time Crowley gets a full ball on his legs, and he tries to clip it through the leg side and misses it, and looks disappointed on that. It was just a floaty ball by Raza. There's nothing in it, and he could have picked anywhere in the leg side and missed it. He'll get a chance again because he's facing Raza again, short, and it's hit into the covers. There's only one man saving the single there in the covers, and he hits it straight to him. Short again on the back foot. Crowley's punching it into the covers again, fails that, finds that man, the only man saving a single in the offside. Raza again, full this time on the leg side, drives it down the ground to the wide mid-on, who feels it, and this time Crowley has picked up a single. Pope with one ball to face of this over. It's a full one. He hits it into the offside. It goes to straight to mid off. It's not well timed, and there's no single taken. And Madavia has gone for 11 runs per over. Nayuchi for 5, Chivanga for 7.5, Muzarabani for 5.5, and Guevara has gone for 4.5, or just over 4.5. So Raza has gone for 4.5 off his 9 overs. Gucci is coming back on. Nayauchi, not Nayaguchi, Nayauchi, 7 overs for 35, so he's 5 and over. Ball into Crawley on 88 from 130. He's approaching his ton as Crawley. In he balls now. That's a slower ball, first ball, on the off stump. Pushes it straight back down the pitch, does Crawley, and there's no run. Nayuchi again to Crawley. Gets a full one on the off stump, gets a thick inside edge that goes through into mid wicket. He takes another single. Just about 12 minutes to go to the tea break. Nayuchi again, coming into Pope this time. Gets one on his legs, a full one that is timed nicely to the square leg fielder. Coming in off the boundary, single taken. Nayuchi again to Crawley. Short, dabbed into the offside, and they both set off for a quick single and make it fairly easily. Crawley into his 90s. Can he get his ton before the lunch break? Nayuchi again on the way to Pope. Pope comes forward on the front foot and plays the ball straight back down to Nayuchi, who feels in his follow through. There's no run. It's been hard work for the Zimbabwe bowlers. There hasn't been much movement. There's no pace in the wicket. It was a batting day. Well, I say a batting day. It's a batting wicket. This time Pope drives into the offside. Goes through to mid-wicket. Man off mid-wicket boundary comes in and the single is taken. They won the toss, did Zimbabwe, and it was logical with the overhead conditions to bowl first, but the pitch was saying bat first, and there hasn't been any pace, any movement in the pitch, and it's been hard work for the Zimbabwe bowlers. Now, whether the England bowlers, who maybe a little bit quicker, would have got something out of the pitch, that remains to be seen. But the England batsmen have really filled the boots and still are doing, and probably batting Zimbabwe out of the game already. This one was short from Raza to Pope. He tries to pull it through the leg side, but didn't time it that well, and he only manages to find the mid-wicket fielder, the only one on the leg side who's shot in, saving a single. Again, on the back foot this time, back cutting is Pope. It's going down to that third man boundary, but it's going to be cut off, but Pope's taken an easy two. Nice back cut by Ollie Pope there, and he goes on to 38. '50 or 47, that partnership. He's at it again, is Ollie Pope. Back cut him. This time he's found the fielder at the gully. Pope is this time fully forward to a full ball from Raza. Plays it back down the pitch and there's no run. Again, it's a full ball on the off stump and it's played straight back down the pitch to Raza by Pope and there's no run. Raza balls on the legs. This time it's hit away by Pope in the air, but it's wide of the man at backward square. And Pope gets a single. $2.82 for 1 England, 50 overs gone. Still 40 overs left in this day. England should be over 400 and maybe in a position to be able to declare tomorrow. Early tomorrow. Maiucci is in again. Driving Pope into the covers, finds the cover fielder though, and there's no run. Maiucci again into Pope. Pope's driving into the covers, finds the gap at cover point because that fielder is on the boundary and he jogs through for a single. 40 to Pope. 283 for 1 England. Maiucci again. Crawley driving, finds the short man on the offside and there's no run. Maiucci again. Gets a ball that comes into Crawley. It plays out on the offside. No run. Maiucci again into Crawley. Crawley on the back foot tries to punch one into the covers but finds the cover fielder again and there's no run. Maiucci coming again to complete his over. Ball on the leg stump that Crawley plays to mid-on. No run, end of the over. Can anybody tell me via the live chat on the channel why this is only a 4-day test match rather than a 5-day? I still haven't found out why. I haven't looked it up, but I'm sure somebody in the chat will know. Let me know in the chat if you do know. The time Pope's on the back foot, thrashes one through the point from Raza as it bounces short and it goes to the boundary. Nice cut by Pope. 44 now. Raza again is short into the legs of Pope. He hits it to the short man on the leg side and there's no run. Raza again to Pope. Pope comes forward. It's played into the offside and there's no run. Just playing for team now, I think the batsman. It's only a few minutes away. Raza bowls again. Pope plays it into the leg side. No run. This one's a slower ball that's pitched right up. It dips on Pope, but Pope reads it well and gets his bat and pad close together as he plays the forward defensive. It's not all about attack for Pope. Last ball of the over. Again, he comes forward and just plays it to that man short on the leg side. No run, and that's not a bad over for Raza. Just the one bad ball, but even that didn't look that bad. It was just a good shot by Pope. Probably the last ball of the session. Nayuchi to coming for his 10th over to Crawley. Just into his body and he able to flick it away square on the leg side. And Crawley will go on to 91. Nayuchi again into Pope. Pope on the back foot tries to drop it into the offside and go for a quickie, but can't make it. Stays on 44, does Pope. Slowed down a bit now. At one stage, he was 20 off 10. He's now 44 off 43. Crowley's 91 off 138. In balls again. Helped down the leg side by Pope. He flicks it fine down the leg side and it's gone for 4. Poor by Nayuchi. He's lost his accuracy there, bowling both sides of the wicket, and it's flicked down the leg side to Pope. It's well played. .48 for Pope. Can he get his 50 in these remaining 3 balls? cuts one, back cut. I think it came a bit off his gloves there a bit, but it went to the probably a third slip. It's not a gully position. It's more like a wide third slip, but it took a bounce and went straight to him. And Pope doesn't get his 50. Not on that ball, anyway. Uchi balls again. That's flicked away on the leg side by Pope, but he's found the man on the square leg boundary and goes on to 49. And he's not going to make his 50 before tea now. Still a good innings by Pope, though. Crawley to see out this last ball of this session. It's wide and he has a bit of an uppish swing at it, but he's got an outside edge that's gone down to the wide third man. Just a single to Crawley, though. No, took the two. 295 for one after 53 overs, and that is tea. And that is where I'm afraid I'm going to end my stream for today. I'm not doing the final session. I've got to go pick the wife up. Priorities, I'm afraid, guys. So before you do leave, thank you very much for supporting the channel today. I hope you can join us again tomorrow about 11:15 for the first session of day 2. But until then, enjoy the rest of your day. And as you're leaving, just if you're not a subscriber, just click over to the subscribe button, give it a quick hit the like button. And if you want to be notified of further live streams, then hit that notification bell. But until tomorrow, about 11:15, thanks and see you tomorrow.